Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Steven, or Swirling Vortex. You can call me any of those things. Don't call me Shirley, and Shirley, don't call me Collect. Welcome back to another episode. Oh God, that I'm still gonna have to take time and get used to that. I'm used to making episodes of these things. That is not how this works. These aren't episodes. I have numbered them on YouTube, but they're not episodes. The only reason the numbers are there are simply to help mark things. But yeah, welcome back to some Deathless routing. Hopefully everybody is doing all right. Let me just try to get this out of view. I'm doing okay. I woke up not that long ago, so my hair is all matted back from getting it all nice and clean. Last time we spent a lot of time on basically this stretch of the game, or on this segment, and we didn't even explore the area for rune pieces. We just kind of did this last chunk without really thinking too much. So I'm gonna attempt to like rectify that today. There are lots of rune pieces that in this area we can probably get. Let's see, there ain't no way that we couldn't at least get up here. Yep, look, see? Rune piece. Right there. So, how's everyone doing? Hopefully alright. Other than today, I was awake early this morning, then went to bed, and then got back up at around 6:40. I was very much behind, and I may or may not have been a minute late. I am so sorry about that. I'll be tacking on 1 minute to the stream time, just in case. Okay, so we had one up there. There's definitely not one up here, but I have to look anyway. No, there is one on each side. Okay, nope. That's a pretty easy fix. See, that's what poking around for rune pieces does to you. Just when you think you've collected them all, surely there is almost always one more troublesome rune piece left over. For those who are just coming in, this is Elden Ring Reforged. It is an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, mostly by Kernifer, but I expect that to change over time. Kernifer is the mod's original author. I mean, he's still doing work, but you know what I mean. He was the first. He's the progenitor of this mod, this overhaul mod, and the mod would not exist without him. Okay, I'm having some problems getting this. Let me explain what I'm doing first, and then focus, or explain, you know, what I was saying, and then I'll focus. So, Reforged is what I would call a vanilla plus, or a vanilla style overhaul. It mostly changes the mechanics of the game, but it does add some new stuff. New spells, new bosses, okay, a few new bosses, or like reworks of some existing ones. I'm just not... I feel like I need to do this on foot. Mount up. Wait for torrent to stop. There are over 12,000 changes to the mod, increasing every single time that a new patch comes out. There's the binding rune subsystem for extra stats. There is a level cap now. There are animation speedups, a lot of animation speedups. There are animation cancels. You can cancel part of a dodge into an attack. You can cancel part of an attack, or even a spell cast into a dodge. It's really quite good. It's a pretty extensive change. The torrent skin is not something that Reforged touches. This is a separate mod. Yeah, I was about to say, I do have two things here that do not belong to Reforged. One is the posture mod bar. The posture bar mod, excuse me, it attaches a posture bar to bosses and a stamina bar to NPCs. Okay, we're gonna... Oh, sometimes it's just so touchy. This type of stuff is just so touchy, it's not even funny. So, there's too much to go over in a single sitting. There really, really is. It is a profound mod. It changes a lot of stuff. You have ducking instead of backstepping. You have deflects, or perfect blocking, to use a different word for it. Well, and you can block with anything, not just a shield. There's certain weapons that are now like power stance compatible. There's even the torches and like lighting in various areas have been adjusted. Like I said, it touches a lot of stuff. And I do mean that, a lot of stuff. This game is wonderful. The mod is so good, at least in my personal opinion. The mod is so good that I cannot go back to vanilla. I cannot. Even if there are things in vanilla I would much rather have, like the Godskin Noble on the bridge before the Divine Tower of Liurnia. That there are some changes in this mod that are infamous rather than famous. And of course, really what it comes down to is I want to be careful with this comparison. But I think what a lot of people are going to find about Reforged is it's a lot like Kaze Emanuar's... Oh, hello. Why is there a Spirit Spring Hawk here? At the risk of death... You are awful. I was gonna say, I'm waiting for them to... I'll do that torpedo thing. You see why I don't like these things? I hate them. I already did not like Warhawks as it is. I hate these. And I don't know how I'm supposed to dodge the corkscrew nosedive attack, I guess is what we're gonna call it. Now, obviously, this is entirely preventable. This death is entirely preventable. In fact, I'm gonna make a note about that. I can't make a note about this right now. We have to leave. We have to get, like, reset. Why it did... I'm not sure why. I should just refuse the steak. Oh my god. That is an aggravating place to put a stake. With enemies right there. Yeah, so... For those of you on Twitch and or YouTube, I will do a demonstration for Twitch folks, because Stream Elements YouTube chat doc apparently does not like me typing into it. I can't type into this. So, I don't know what I'm gonna do, honestly. Guess we'll do a quick check for updates. Good. Yeah, exclamation mark deroute in the YouTube chat. All one word, all lowercase. Should get you access to the Google document that I keep prepared. Speaking of Google document, I shouldn't even be trying to do anything else yet. This would be under the... It's still for the Church of Vows. I'm gonna kill this hawk out of principle. But for future runs, or like future attempts, because I need to see what Spirit Spring this is locking. I wouldn't know where to tell you which Spirit Spring this Spirit Spring hawk is touching, and it's just completely out of place. I'm sure on the bottom side, like down here somewhere, is a Spirit Spring. Maybe this is meant to be like a shortcut that we're unlocking, but I don't know. I wouldn't know what to tell you about the Spirit Spring. Okay. Let's try a different spell. All right. So there is a dormant Spirit Spring somewhere. What I'd like to know is where exactly. It's gotta be nearby. Like this rocky, like outcropping here. It's gotta be near this. Just look at all this precarious platforming. Do I dare try for this rune piece? I might have to make another note about this, because there's no way we survive the drop-off. There's zero way we survive this drop-off. I mean that. There's got to be like a Spirit Spring toward the bottom, and I'm just not seeing it. We are definitely not meant to be over here. And if we are, well then, insert the merman clip of "This is evil," or however you wish to say it. Because damn, is that an evil rune piece if that is literally what you have to do? My god, what a sadist. I said it. Kurtifer is a sadist. I mean, they're not really a sadist, but when it comes to level design and or like collectible placement, that is pure sadism. Hopefully anyone who's listening to this knows that is all in good jest. Most of the criticisms I have are anything that I have that I'm absolutely bloody nothing. Okay, we've had a disconnect. That is disconnect number 1. Let me do a quick little upkeep thing. I will add an extra 5 minutes to the stream time for that. Oh, actually, I might be able to... First, you're gonna make me log in. Give me just a second, guys. I'm sorry, a riveting gameplay, right? I'm just trying to figure out what's going on with all this. That's not really what I want to do. Yuck. Gross. I don't like this. The activity feed. I feel like you would normally get access to that, but I guess you have to go to YouTube for this. I guess we just gotta go to YouTube and go to the control panel. So I could type this. Yuck. That would be here. And go here. I guess I should just start making a ritual out of making sure I've got the pop-up chat nice and ready to go. Okay. I'm convinced the streamed elements doc for YouTube chat is bad. It is very bad. And it should be bad. Let me just go to the custom browser doc here. Apply, close, and open. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna have to make a ritual of doing that before the stream starts. That's disgusting, but whatever. What a time sink. What an absolute time sink. Streaming on YouTube is super inconvenient. I don't mind all the extra protections that are required because of it, and I get it. YouTube is covering their own ass, but I don't have to like it. Okay, let's attempt to look around for some rune pieces on like this entire area then. I know, 20 minutes and we haven't even gone for a boss yet. Gross. But don't worry, that will be changing relatively soon. We will have to go through a rather dangerous subsection first, but that's fine. I feel a sneeze coming on. Give me a second. Oh, sorry about that. I caught that sneeze. I felt it coming, and I muted the mic so no one would have to hear it. At least I hope nobody heard it. You never know when a mic is going to become leaky suddenly, and even when it's muted, it's not. But yeah, I'm thankful I was able to cover that sneeze this time. It sucks when, as the streamer or content creator, you know, your sneezes end up making it into the final footage or something. That's really quite gross. No one wants to hear that. It blows people's ears out. Okay, just We checked the left half. We got to check the right half. It's a really profound expanse of rock. Is there a rune piece lying in wait here? We know there's an item. Gotta be real careful. There's another one up here. Goodness. Yep. This land is full of surprises, ain't it? Liurnia is my favorite area, by the way, just in the entire game. Like, absolutely. It's got pretty vistas. It's a marsh. Yes, I know. A marsh. That's not too far removed from swamp. My swamp. Get out of my swamp. I can't do a Michael Myers impression or anything, but there you go. Insert crotchety ogre meme here. And a marsh is just, you know, a swamp with like a different soil composition and a different amount of water. Swamps are usually puerile, nasty green things, and marshes tend to have clearer waters. They aren't very opaque. That's not always the case, but that's usually the distinction, is how clear the water is. Like one of the distinctions anyway. You, I'm going to kill so we can get that codex entry. And our dogs are once again going ballistic. Goodbye. Now, the actual flame chariot itself does not take a whole bunch of damage. It's merely the other stuff. I'm sorry. Let me try that again without brain farting literally on the mic. The flame chariots, if you attack the chariot itself, you're not gonna get anywhere. You have to attack the other, you have to attack the driver. Notice, the flame chariots are most resistant to fire magic. Obviously, because they spit out flame. That would just be a good common sense conclusion to draw. So, you attack the driver, which is a common foot soldier, by the way. And you, guess what? That foot soldier ain't resistant to fire at all. And our black flames found their purchase. I want to say over inside the camp is a rune piece. If I remember correctly anyway, and I could very much be remembering incorrectly. I very much want to say that Liurnia is not efficient for getting rune pieces, and I would be better off ignoring the lot of it and focusing on Kayla's rune pieces, or perhaps Aesel's rune pieces. But that's just me. It's just me thinking out loud. Thank you. Come on, Sir Guilty. Come right this way. And then you can come right this way. Do we have Okay. We can actually use these to pull with. We are allowed to do that according to the hitless rules. Yeah, so I don't think this encampment has any worthwhile chests. But that could probably be me misremembering just a little bit. We also may want exactly 1 or 2 points of endurance here, just to kind of help with the extra spell casts. Yep, and the surprise one from behind. Because why the bloody hell not? Now, are there any rune pieces hiding in this mess? There's everyone's... Oh. Hi. Can I help you, other than, you know, hitting me? When my silence is met with violence, then we know the day is rough. Ah, it's the maces. We got the Great Mace, the Flame Mace, and apparently there should have been like a flaming sword, or like the Flame Blade. Let me see. Do we have one of those? No, maybe that's it right there. A shrewd choice for simple slugging matches. Yeah, you would have your jaw broken if you were smacked by that in the head. Absolutely. No discussion required. Nope, nothing there either. I know, we're headed everywhere except where we should be. Huh. We're gonna fix that. It's been entirely too long. Although I am immediately going to wreck that by, of course, going somewhere else. Sorry, we gotta get these rune pieces. It's gotta happen. There's at least 2 that are over here, if you know where you're looking. Not here, obviously. It's like up, yeah, up there is where one of them is located. This one's a little touchy. You have to figure out which side of the rock to actually be climbing on. Oh, this thing is just so finicky. But thankfully we got the rune piece. We're gonna go collect the other one. That's over by not one, but 2 rune bears. Because why not? There's that one there. And the rune bear is capable of getting us from here. Just in case you thought otherwise. And come here like so, and I think there might be a rune piece on the backside. Now, is there one nearest... Kernifer does, or I should say Team Reforged does like to do this. Is known for doing it. Where they will, in fact... I should probably try to, kill the Graven School here before we deal with the Rune Bear. Because it can and will attack us. All right. Okay, right there. Yeah, definitely not safe where I was standing. And then get back. Nope, you shot out another load. Yeah, my mind went there. I did not watch the wording. You gonna shoot one more? You gonna go for, oh baby, a triple? Good. I guarantee you that a rune piece is right there. Run! Get out! Leave! All I wanted was the rune piece. Go somewhere else, Rude Bear. Go literally anywhere else. You see what I'm talking about? They are capable of... They will stand there and yell at you. We might be good now. Yeah, we're okay. We're good now. We're good now. Yep. Nope. Trust me, I got it. We're backing off. hate these things. Nope. Okay, now what about over here? We never checked the left side of this area. Gotta be careful, because we could end up having the rune bear come back here at us, and we have to hide again. Okay, that rune bear has gone back to sleep. Good. Good. Might be a little more easy to rouse, however, so we're just gonna keep our distance. And not gallop a whole bunch. So how's the weather? I know, what a fun, riveting conversation that would be, but I don't have that much I could gab at you at that you haven't heard in previous streams or anything else of that nature. I could ask, you know, what is it about mods in general that you guys like? Like, is it the communities that form around modding of mods of various kinds? Or is it, is it like the technical stuff? You know, oh, I didn't really think that this particular game engine could do that, or was known for doing that. I didn't really think that kind of thing was possible, so to speak. We're just kind of checking the rocky crags and crevices we might have missed while we were, you know, going up this way to get our rune pieces. Like I said, I also want to know what Spirit Spring we've actually unlocked. So I'm kind of curious. You know, what kind of disaster we've run ourselves into. It's obviously not any of these rocky outcrops. I'd know if it were, seeing as how it's nowhere near. It's nowhere near the Church of Vows. Like at all. Now, this not getting a boss in the first hour is becoming a really bad habit. I figured they would have been called magic Miranda sprouts or something. But, okay. I can accept the term blue. All lips go blue, blue, blue. And it was guarding a rune piece anyway. Which means there most assuredly will not be one on top of the rocky outcroppings here, right? Because we found one Right there, guarded by an enemy. And you know we gotta check all of these, right? Anything that we can. Is that a phantom version of that? Oh, we are so... Oh, I thought we were gonna die. Well, he took damage after the fact. Ain't that neat? I need the Arc Rice Fantasia, like, Nico voice line. Help me! I don't want to die! It's so bad. The cheesy voice lines are so bad. They're so bad, they're good. And, you know, honestly, I feel bad for some of the voiceover artists because all of them went uncredited for that game, and I think that might have actually been beneficial in their case. Or not to, I'm sure many of these VAs that are associated with Arc Rice Fantasia would probably be happy to recount the horrid experience. I need to know what this is. Gotta be careful. We got, like, crystal snails. Oh, that's where the dark glintstone staff is. Cool. This is me not paying attention and suffering frostbite when I don't have to. Now, this section right here is where we would have all this, you know, these glintstone fireflies. That might be... This might be the spot to farm for that. You know, barring the crystal snake snails. Seriously, snake snails? What is this, Fallout? Do we have cazadors roaming around now? No, we have death. We have a crystal snake snail nest that we walked right into. And I have no one to blame but myself for that. These glintstone crystals cannot be easy on the eyes, so I'm gonna do what I can. We are just finding loads of new enemies. So let's say, definitely don't stand in the way, Sir Albanoric. But it looks like they're going to anyway. Yeah. Wow, these guys, they're very fast for who they are. My name is Bubba. And don't touch me or my Albanoric friends. Blobular. Oh god, I could just see like an isomorph of the face where it's like purposely stretched out. Oh god, that would be hideous. Just imagine pulling that model up in Blender or something, and stretching out the mouth to ungodly proportions. Same with like the Godskin nobles, just ugh. Grody. Very grody. Got more sprouts. Getting our flasks back was exactly why we did that, by the way. Now, did we... No, but there can't be a single way in which a rune piece is there. Better not be. And really, talking about Arc-Rice Fantasia for another minute, I don't think the premise of the game was bad. I don't, and the combat was kind of novel for its time. It's like, ah yes, it's your typical JRPG, but you can actually decide how many of your party members' actions are taken each turn. Or put another way, if you have a party of 3, you can have one person dogpile with all the actions, because the pool of action points is shared, and having the only thing that limits that is either like status effects or you know how many party members you have. If you have 3, you get 6. If you have 2, which you have a fair amount of the time, you get 4. And most actions take at least 1 action point to do in Arc-Rice Fantasia. I don't think the game was terrible. Was it good? No. But it had redeeming qualities. And the plot, the writing, and the voice acting is the worst. Just absolutely the worst. So this is that Spirit Spring that was unlocked. I guess we're about to find... Okay. Is this a shortcut? I need to know. Holy crap. It sure is. And you know what we've just now realized? I don't know where that Spirit Spring is. We're gonna die. Oh god, And we're gonna be falling for more than 12 seconds, kiddos. Like, we're so dead. It's like, it's gotta be like right here. So I guess we're gonna teleport back and figure that out. Because we do want that rune piece, although we're not going to be... Actually, yeah, what would be the point in collecting it? Other than to make this routing go by that much faster. They do only have 10 left to go, by the way. It would obviously be... would still be 10. With the way things are working out. Oh, and the game does not like this. The place definitely is gonna be lagging out. So it's like right over here, right? Yep, sure is. Oh, I think we're dead anyway. No, we're not. But there are 2, not 1, but 2 rune pieces that are up here. I don't suppose we could, like, I don't know, not fall to our death. I totally think we're gonna do that here. Yep. Absolutely dead. 100% dead. These 2 deaths are entirely preventable. Well, I'm not taking a break until we've cracked that code. No rune arcs either. I have a rough idea of where it is now. I've already kind of internalized it. It's through here. Plus we have our death marker. That can generally point us in the right direction. Oh, yeah, bad. Alright. It's gotta be like over here. Oh, we are very dead again. Can we make that jump? We could get onto that rocky outcropping. Do we actually stand a decent chance of making these jumps? So what do we have to do here in this circumstance? Do we have to go up the rock? I think we have to actually jump up. We have to go up to get down. Yeah, okay, this is exactly what we gotta do. Well, we certainly know we're in good hands here. So that's 2 rune pieces right here. We've got 8 more to go. Okay, well we've done more. We have done more than enough. That's 2 deaths to entirely preventable means. Let's go back to the Church of Vows. Oh, hey there, Clabus. Hello, welcome to the stream. I can't even believe I didn't spot that. Thank you very much for the raid. How is your stream? Hello, MRI. Small one. Well, small one is better than nothing. I mean, any raid is serviceable. Thank you. Your stream was good. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it. Let's get a shout out for Clabus. Let me just make sure I'm spelling this correctly. They were playing Friday the 13th. Okay, I want to make sure. That is the single-player spin-off from Dead by Daylight. Do I have that correct? Nope, no problem. No problem. I shout out any of my folks who come here and I know they make content. Yeah, how was Friday the 13th? Why don't you tell us a little bit about it? Because my crowd is mostly, no, this is the multiplayer game? Gotcha. But it is not Dead by Daylight. It is a different, that is a different game. Yeah. I want to make sure I'm not mixing up the two. By gun, yeah, different, probably different company. That makes sense. Excuse me for just 1 second. I'm gonna go grab a drink real quick. Hashtag not sponsored by Coca-Cola. Not even in the slightest. A lot of fun. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure I'm not reading at messages if they're not directed at me. But, yeah. Been also playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Ah, yes. That one I did.
Them with me.
That one I am a little bit
Your thoughts,
more familiar with.
your ambitions.
Although we have not been, I wish I could afford it. I sadly cannot. So, while I wait for my inquiry regarding Friday the 13th, the game, because I was curious about it, I'll tell you guys a little bit about, Elden Ring Reforged. Point Stamp is fond of Souls games. Yes, I am. I have played the Soulsborne trilogy. I'm sorry, the Souls trilogy. Let me be a little bit more accurate. I have not played Bloodborne. It is one of the few Soulsborne titles I have not played. I have also played Sekiro and this game. Bloodborne and Demon Souls are like the two I haven't touched. I know they're supposed to be great hits and all, but what can you do if you don't have a Sony PlayStation, right? Anyway, welcome to Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, helmed by Kernifer. I will put out that command now. !ERR for those who are curious. 2025 Bloodborne re-release for PS5 if rumors are true. Good. If that's true, awesome. Very much awesome. You buy a PlayStation, Kappa. And PC at a later date. Damn it. It's always at a later date, isn't it? Always. Anyway. Elden Ring Reforged is a Vanilla Plus overhaul. It has over 12,000 changes to it. If you type in !ERRW, you also get the wiki. That's in all lowercase, by the way. All my commands are in lowercase, unless otherwise specified. The wiki has access to the Discord as well. But essentially, this mod touches everything from... Let me kind of show you a couple of things. So, first, up here, if I can get my cursor on it, there's an icon that indicates the difficulty. There are difficulty modes, which is not something that you have in vanilla Elden Ring. There are many icons that have been added as well for increased visual clarity and for consistency or adding extra information. You are probably familiar with the backstep. That has been replaced with a ducking animation, complete with iframes for overhead sweeps or any kind of slicing motion that you can get under. It's great. Yeah, there are too many changes for me to talk about, but one of the few things that the mod does not touch is the questing. The quests and story are exactly the same. The dungeon layouts are mostly the same. There might be like a slight repositioning here or there, but it's mostly the same. What else? Obviously, Torrent is not touched. Torrent would be Torrent. Now, the reason that Torrent is different is because of a lovely mod by a different person. This is one of the... let me make sure I get it correct. I'm also using the Falling Star Beast Mount made by Apollo Who. It is a great mod. I love this thing. It's so cute. It's got the beady blue eye and everything. Trying to think if there's anything else. You can always type in !CR for the challenge run commands, or you can type in !commands to be given a hyperlink to a place with all the commands I have available. But there are lots of little things that you guys can look at in order to either get yourself more familiar with Reforged, or to get yourself more familiar with the channel. It's just great, and I really do want to thank Clabus for raiding again, and I want to thank everybody for being here so far. Now, normally I would take a break right about at this time. I normally take them in about 1 hour intervals, but I'm gonna keep going a little bit longer. I don't think it would be very fair to anyone if I took a break shortly after being raided. You know, that would be kind of a bummer. Imagine if you ran into, I don't know, say I Ate Your Pie stream or something, and you came in right during the commercial breaks. That would be a real bummer. Most people would probably leave or otherwise lurk really fast. Replace I Ate Your Pie with any streamer. It should make a lot of sense. Anyway, how was Friday the 13th? If you don't mind my asking. Because I don't want to be talking about the things I'm doing all the time. That also gets rather garish, doesn't it? While we are waiting on that lovely little conversation, I will also explain the challenge run. So we are doing a Deathless, all bosses, fire spells only run. If you want to know more about that, you can Google Team Hitless, because that's kind of the baseline rules I'm using. Obviously, they don't have anything in terms of rules for modded titles, so I'm kind of bending a lot of them in the first place, but I'm using them as a sort of baseline for what I can and can't do during the routing. The whole point is to kill as many of the bosses as we can, or, well, all of them, but Reforged adds a few bosses and changes up a few of them. So, for example... Sorry, give me 1 second. Where's that coming? It's coming from up there. Yep, right there. Let me see if I can... They shouldn't have any clear view to me yet. Right up there on that bridge. There's a ancestral follower right there. Games were good, but got bored of it, so I showed off what shit the PlayStation Store has to offer. Friday the 13th will be shut down December 31st of 2024 as the license has expired. Oh no! Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry to hear that. How long have you been playing that game, if you don't mind my asking? Because anyone who's making content and they're playing Friday the 13th has gotta be bummed, especially since it's a multiplayer game and all. Nourished. Okay. Well, and while I wait for that little... Since 2017 when it came out, but not all the times. Okay, yeah. But no, obviously, you have to have breaks, but... And or play other stuff. No, that probably has to stink, right? Is that like a mainline game for you? Or... I want to be very careful, making sure I'm paying attention here. Yeah, see, I'm still spotted. This is a pretty good time for Assassin's Approach. But is that like a mainline game for you? Or do you play other... Are you more of a variety streamer, and that is just like a mainstay game that you do play? Just out of curiosity. Okay, that up there. These ancestral follower archers have very good eyesight, by the way. And the dwelling arrows hit like Mack trucks. They deal magic damage. They're very, very rough. Not a mainline game? Gotcha. More of a variety streamer. I used to be one of those. Before the whole challenge run thing, I was playing just about a different game every day. Let's see. We were still playing Reforged. We were doing a stream Let's Play of that, like about a year, not quite a year ago. We were also playing Baldur's Gate 3, modded, and Mass Effect, the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. All of it was to be modded for the Renegade playthroughs, and vanilla for the Paragon playthroughs is like a nice little contrast between the baseline Mass Effect series and what the modding community has managed to do with it. That's kind of a bigger shtick of mine, if I'm being utterly honest. I generally go out of my way to play modded materials because a lot more people are just playing the vanilla game, right? A lot more people are just experiencing what the like development company or the publishing company has. Wow, what a butchered sentence. Let me make sure I word this again. People are getting the vanilla experience offered by the developers. And I think the way that I can carve out my niche in the streaming sphere is by playing with mods. I think that it's also a chance to showcase the mods, give back to the modding communities I'm part of. There's a lot of different small reasons I have for playing with mods like this. I want to be extra careful because now I'm out in the open. This is where darkness would come in handy, but I don't have it. But yeah, I am normally a modded game streamer. That is how I would describe myself more than anything else. Mostly playing games on PS5. The console I do not have. And you don't really have a gaming PC? Yup. Streaming mostly on MacBook Pro, so can only have vanilla. I mean, that's not a bad thing. I feel blessed that I'm able to play with mods, but that is certainly not... There are a lot of people who, you know, stream with console, and that's perfectly fine. That's the beauty about, you know, variety streaming, is that you could showcase a variety of things. And also, since you're a MacBook user, you could totally talk about this stuff on MacBook. As a Windows user, I can't do that. Like, yeah, I could say I'm aware of MacBooks, but not, you know, oh, well, this is how it's different. Like, having something different compared to the normal, oh, hello. Oh, you're gonna do this, are you? Give me 1 second. These guys could be quite a handful. They are pretty known for ceaselessly attacking. Like, having something different compared to everyone else means that you have a natural talking point with which to discuss with people. You could ask questions like, you know, which do you like better, MacBook or PC? I'm sorry, Macintosh or Windows, right? Or for those who are feeling extra saucy, anyone like Linux? As in the Linux PCs? Stuff like that. I find that fascinating. And I think being able to talk about the differences between people, especially when it comes to just, here's what I have versus this is what you have, I think is just a natural human thing to do, is compare and contrast our differences. There's those Hallmark literature terms again. Last time I used a Windows was in 2015. Yeah, I have never actually touched a MacBook or a Mac computer before. I think the most I've done is like see someone's laptop, but I never actually touched the thing. Um, how frustrating is the MacBook experience? I imagine for like support purposes, it can't be. Oh, hello. You're up there, are you? It's just too bad I'm not going to be able to deal with you from here. I'm sure support calls have to be a little bit frustrating because I imagine there are just far fewer people available. No, I should say far fewer. Mac is like the other system. It would be Linux users that have issues with support, but I can't imagine finding like techs or anything is easy because it's not the office system. It's not what people at work use. Unless you're an up-and-coming tech company, you are probably using Windows, and you are probably using whichever version your workplace can afford. When I was studying at I need to be extra careful. When I was studying at Augusta University, we used Microsoft materials, and we were always about, I'd say 3 or 4 years behind. It got a little bit better as it was getting out of university, but we were definitely not that up to date unless it was the computer labs, and more specifically the ones in the cybersecurity part of the school. We did have a small cybersecurity program while I was over there. I believe it's still there. But that's where they keep all the up-to-date computers. Everywhere else, meh. Speaking of which, I guess I could talk a little more about myself for anyone who's new. I gotta be careful. I gotta wait for it, or I gotta figure out how to position myself. I'll read that sentence in just one moment. Because the Ancestor followers are, well, they're a lot. I mean, you can have all the features that you have on PC, but especially in OBS, if you have good programming, then you can get anything. Yeah, there's an extension for everything, isn't there? I have a soundboard extension applied right now. I'm obviously not going to fire my soundboard at anybody. I saved that for moments in the game, but, you know, I do have one. I'm also thinking of seeing if there's like a extension for OBS that more easily keeps up with YouTube chat. Like, I have the OBS browser docs set up and everything, but, it's rough to keep up with YouTube. Hi, yes, I'm multi-streaming this, by the way. Just in case anyone didn't know. I'm going to be adding a third platform to that real soon. I do not know if Trovo or Kick will be better, but I do at least want a third platform. Oh, well. Yeah, I see you up there firing shots. I'm gonna have to free aim this. Oh, free? Okay. You gonna do that? For some reason, when you add YouTube, your bitrate goes horrible on Twitch. Yeah, how is the stream's like bitrate, or not bitrate, but like, how does it appear? Because this is being multi-streamed. It's possible that adding the third stream might produce the same condition as yours did when adding YouTube. Hopefully it's not terrible. When you use Twitch, Kick, all good. YouTube, not so much. Makes sense. And I'm torn on Kick. I mean, it's the bigger platform between it and Trovo, right? And Trovo is more for mobile gaming anyway. But that gambling money, man, I don't know if I want to be associated with that. Okay, I know there's a rune piece on top of this. You just have to figure out how to get it. But I'm always thinking of small things I can do to make the stream either more equitable or, you know, reach more people. You guys will have to let me know how the audio and or video sounds. I am using an Avermedia, an Avermedia capture card to link between my computers. I know, weird. Like, as in an external capture card. I wish I could get the internal ones. The internal capture cards are obviously a lot better for PC setups. It feels ick. There's so many wires in my office, it's not funny. You have the Elgato HD60X? Yep, I want to say this is... It's the Avermedia GC553. I think that's the exact model number. Yeah, it's like the Live Gamer Extreme. I think that's the label name. How do I get that? Or can we? Is that even possible? How are you liking your Elgato HD60X? Has it served you well? My capture card serves me well, but it does limit me in what I can do. Like, if I'm not... I'd love to be able to seems to be working fine, no problems. That's about as much as an end user can ask for, right? As long as there are no problems. I'm a STEM major. I'm specifically a biology major, so I know my way around software as far as computers are concerned. And I can read some C++, although I can't code it very well. But don't ask me to look at like specific hardware or software API. I'm not going to know what to tell you with that. So really, as long as the capture card works well, I don't complain too much. So in the interest of talking about, you know, variety streaming stuff, going back to a couple of conversations before, what else have you played, if you don't mind my asking? Made some shitty game? You know a bit about programming? That's good. Yeah, I know a little bit. I know, like, I know the syntax of programming more than anything. So I know what, like, for loops are. I know what concatenation is. I know a lot of the basic stuff, and I could probably even read an information table array for you. But that's really about it. I couldn't begin to tell you, oh, you know, this is how you would make a pointer to go to your array table. I don't know that. I took a semester of programming for my computer science minor, and I took the majors course for it. So I know the principles of programming more than I know like a specific system or anything. But I could not code a game. I could not do that. I do not have that skill set. Just not happening. Now there's a rune piece up there. While we are loading one bit of conversation, I do want to mention that this is still Elden Ring, so for the most part, folks, all the vanilla mechanics apply, and since we're using fire spells, do you know what happens in the rain? Thank you, MRI. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Take off. Be nice, you two. I think we'll get along just fine. Take care of yourself, MRI. Really appreciate it. Thank you again. The company is very much welcome. Very, very much welcome. See you around. Well, basically playing everything from story games, online, racing, horror, weird games, and so on. Yeah, a real variety streamer. Basically everything. That makes a lot of sense. Oh. Yeah, have fun, MRI. We got the rune piece. Or, yeah, we got the rune piece. So we're trying to, get past the old ruins. Although, actually, we technically already did. So we can actually go and defeat this boss. Could you guys believe me if I told you we haven't defeated a boss yet in this routing number? It would be very surprising considering we're about almost a third of the way down the all bosses list. Yeah, when I was variety streaming, I mostly stuck to RPGs. That's kind of like my shtick is RPGs, CRPGs, ARPGs, JRPGs, you name it. Real-time strategy RPGs even, all kinds. I did spend a little bit of time with shooters and some weird games. I can claim that I have beaten Doki Doki Literature Club. I know, a super small indie horror title. That's about as much as I can say I've done in on the weird side of things. For the most part, if it's got a story, I'll play it. I'm one of the, I would say, let's slow down, coin. Take a minute. Okay, let's try that one more time. So, when it comes to RPGs, I don't think there's that much of a streaming market for it because it's not. They're long-winded things, right? So stuff like the Soulsborne games gets a little bit of a pass on this because there's lots of action and the story isn't super involved. But for something like Xenoblade Chronicles or Mass Effect, where the story is kind of you spend a long time with the game, and there are definitely many points that are just interrupted with dialogue, that could tune some people out. I've actually heard some. Hello. Oh, hi. Would you like to play nice, Mr. Room Bear? Please don't. I beg. Pepe, please. Let's just get out of here before bad things happen. Anyway, what was I saying? Right, before the Rune Bear so kindly interrupted. I literally sat in on an I Ate Your Pie stream once, and I think I even saw, which streamer was it? I want to be careful because that Rune Bear is still behind us. I can't remember. This was years ago. It may not be true anymore, but I did, when I was sitting in an I Ate Your Pie stream years ago, I literally watched people, I watched people type the words, RPGs take too long, or, they don't hold my attention. I literally saw someone say that. Type that. Which I'm absolutely floored by. I mean, I get it. I get it. It doesn't have... There are definitely points where downtime exists, right? Where the streamer is either not talking, not engaged with the audience, because if there's a story going on, like Xenoblade Chronicles has a lot of cutscenes, you don't want to talk over those. You want people to hear the cutscenes, or, Metal Gear Solid is a very good example of this, and I would definitely not describe it as an RPG, not even a little bit, but it has, 20-minute long cutscenes. You don't want to talk during that, or at the very least, if you do, it's like where it's just pictures on the screen and you can talk. I don't really understand how people could not have the patience for RPGs unless you just don't like the story or something. Maybe that's something my slower brain will not quite know how to parse when talking to people. I don't know, anyone else have different perspectives on that? Because I'm an RPG enjoyer, and I know lots of people that play RPGs in their off time. There are whole subreddits dedicated to it. But that isn't what you're seeing when you're on stream, like in the slightest. You see people saying, oh, well, these things are just kind of boring. Maybe it's the streams I frequent, but or used to frequent. I don't really stop by I Ate Your Pie streams anymore, although I keep an eye on the streams so I know what he's doing. That's usually how it goes with me. I follow a lot of people, but I only frequent a few. And that's not to offend anybody. It's about having eyes on things. You want to know, oh, I see a lot of my streamer partners are doing this. Maybe that would be a good time to do something else, etc., etc. Yeah, with story games kind of gets hard to get viewers. Yep. I mean, that's like the under the hood look at it, right? The content creator. Like, RPGs tend to get a lot more viewage. I have to be extra careful here. Give me just a second. This is like a sub-boss in and of itself, despite not having a boss bar or anything. Will you stop teleporting around? I hate this about them. Washing my toothies, take your time. Yeah, I'll punish you. I'll punish you for getting for coming too close to me, Sir Knight. Oh, and it's not just an annoying fight you can skip. You actually get a new spell for that. Awesome. Yes, we know that the beast eye quivers. Thank you for that. I am going to probably take a small break here, because I know there are people. We are going to keep this one short at about 3 minutes. That's enough time for me to take out the trash really quick and be right back. We're going to play 30 seconds of ads for you guys on Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, this will just kind of be a lonely 3 minutes. In either case, I will see you guys after this short commercial break. Thank you.
I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Hopefully that did not take too long. I don't think our 3 minutes are quite up yet, so I wanted to take the opportunity to talk a little bit about two things. One, I'm raising money for the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. When it comes out, it will immediately impact the content I create, because I will be unable to play Elden Ring while A, the DLC is being played, and while B, Team Reforged is adapting to the new DLC, and I have to have the ability to cover tax. So while the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC is expected to be around $40, I'm gonna need a little more than that. Of course, nobody is welcome back. It's 3:37 a.m. So you are in Europe somewhere, probably toward like the Ukraine area, somewhere along that. If my memory of geography is correct. Estonia, yeah, right along that border between what is essentially the whole of Europe and Russia. NATO Lake. Gotcha. Well, I hope you stay safe over there, as the world is increasingly unstable by the day, and I would hate for war or anything else to visit that nation of yours. I would probably grieve just a little bit. War is a nasty business, and I wish humanity could resolve its differences without that. But there's too much history involved now. I don't want to get us caught in the diatribes of geopolitical or otherwise world events. Yeah, Russia's too busy in Ukraine, but it may turn eyes on Finland real soon, because I believe it has already vowed retaliation for any nation in Europe that has not yet joined NATO. I am fairly sure they will also be on Russia's chopping block super soon. Not to mention, I now also worry about the U.S. commercial planes that may be flying to Russia, because I think you can still make flights to Russia from the U.S. right now, and Russia has already, or specifically Putin has already said that they will shoot down U.S. planes. While I hope that means military planes, I wouldn't be surprised if civilian planes started getting shot up instead. And I think if that happens, that might be grounds for war. And Russia would probably, from EU, you can't make any flights to Russia. Yeah, that's what I would expect. Probably for the best, given how tenuous that relationship all is. Oh, right, I forgot. We have to find the necromancer here. I'm sorry, the clergyman commoner. Which I think it's sad. I'm more worried of Trump. Me too. I'm very scared about a Trump presidency, which is what it's going to probably look like. Because I can't say Biden is doing the U.S. any favors either. With Biden, I guess we were winning in some places, at least among our European friends, and definitely losing in some other spots with some of our other neighbors, but I really do wish we could go back to before the pandemic and before Trump, but that genie is out of the bottle now, and I definitely do not, we are not capable of putting it back into the bottle. Although, really, I think if I'm being I think if I'm being utterly honest with myself as an American citizen, there were issues long before Trump with us, and I think all Trump really did was expose them. and prove to the world just how unreliable we really are as a nation. Which really, when you get down to the core of the American people, we just want access to decent food, security. My worry is Trump likes Putin. I mean, yeah. On one hand, he meted out some sanctions, but I think he did that under advisement of his cabinet. So if Trump does win again, and that is a non-zero possibility, part of it is going to come down to what does his cabinet look like? Is it going to be filled with a bunch of yes men, or is it going to be filled with people who not even dislike Trump? That's not the right word. People who have a storied, polished background, who know what good policy is, and can gently steer Trump toward the right direction on some things. That would be my hope. Is the president of the United States is always what they make of that office and who they pick as their cabinet. Now, Trump's cabinet was a circus, but I do think there were at least some good people in that cabinet. Just with some problems. And obviously, the more obscure the department gets, the better I think the pick is. Honestly. Although I fear if Trump wins again... Oh, I should pay attention to what I'm doing. If Trump does win again, I think our nation is going to end up in a civil war. I really do. That would be Trump is just that divisive as a person. It's just who he is. Trump is out for himself. No one else. Oh, this was not a topic I wanted to get on, but let it be said, and it's kind of a core feature of my own channel, is I'm not afraid to talk about that stuff. It's uncomfortable, but it's important to talk about. It absolutely is, and we want to be heading this way for the cemetery shade. And then we have the Black Knife Assassin soon after. I always talk about everything. Yeah, when it comes to topics like this, you know, I ask that people be respectful. And I reserve the right to ban anyone who doesn't abide by that simple principle. Obviously, don't violate terms of service, but that's something that you and I know far too well as is. And the difference in perspective is important. You know, most people, even those on the right-hand side of U.S. politics, there are at least some things that I could agree with them about if it were framed correctly or minimized in such a way. You don't want to demonize people for their perspectives. Most people mean well, or at the very least have a clear motivation for why they're doing what they're doing. And demonizing people does not win over any hearts or minds about these conversations. I don't want to tolerate fascism either, and I make that abundantly clear, but you don't really... I think fascism, or words like it, are very overused in today's era. People are already in the really, really bad habit of labeling things they don't like as being utterly vile or repugnant, and I don't think people stop to examine their word. Like, oh, I just realized we have to go toward the Black Knife Assassin in order to get to our next boss. Gross, but I would describe myself as being purely a centrist. I might have some right or left-wing U.S. political leanings, more left than right than in most cases, but what's important is I view everything through the lens of humanism. Like LGBT issues, for example, I support trans rights. I support LGBT rights. They're essential. They're important. And really, when you get down to it, most people under that umbrella just want to be let the hell alone and not persecuted for being alive. Everything else is like a culture war thing. But if you were to eliminate any of the philosophical or religious underpinnings, most people between either the straight and or LGBT umbrellas would get along. Really, I think that. And it's people getting swept up in causes bigger than themselves that makes them think, oh, well, these people don't deserve rights or whatever. It's very strange. It's amazing what hive-minded groupthink does to people, and my views are more liberal. That's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. I think it's important that universal human rights are enshrined in every nation's constitution or, governing document everywhere. Human rights are not really supposed to be up for debate. Now, there are obviously some extensions of that might fall under debate, but it's not the rights themselves. It's what people do with them. That would be the basis of any opposition, is what do people do with those rights? If those rights start to infringe on other people's rights, then that's when they have to be regulated. I am so thankful this is Deathless and not hitless. I think I would probably hate Elden Ring if I had to play it hitless. Well, Looney, if you don't mind my asking, please let me know if I get uncomfortable, if I start to approach a subject matter you are not comfortable with. You say your views are more liberal. Would you mind explaining that? Just gonna unlock gonna unlock the way to the Black Knife Assassin, but we're not ready to go there yet. We gotta get the lever for the other boss first. Take your time. Take your time. I'm letting my voice rest for a second. I do apologize about the lack of commentary. Okay, are we gonna kill the skeleton or not? Thank you, game. That should not have been difficult, but it was. Now, we got a cemetery shade to fight. And I guess before we actually handle the cemetery shade, the one thing I think I should probably do is, we should probably go and sell some of the stuff we're not going to use. This is a fire spells only run, right? So we don't want to be carrying around magic spells or holy spells or anything like that. We should sell off what we don't need. Yeah, geopolitical, philosophical, religious conversation doesn't really make me nervous. Just as for anyone else who may not know anything about me, it's always the specific minutiae of the conversation that may or may not make me uncomfortable. And of course, as a content creator, I put my foot down when Twitch terms of service are on the line, or if someone is being an obvious troll, Nazi, or anything of that sort. Of course, I also put my foot down if things become too communist in here. Or, we start talking about, oh, I'd like to overthrow the government. Yeah, that's probably going to get you banned. No offense. I would like to keep my channel alive. That's probably where I draw my line at. Is is the is not wanting my channel to be nuked into orbit, because Twitch is like, yeah, I don't want to think about that conversation. We're just gonna ban it and delete it from the sun, or like yeet it into the sun and it's gone. That's like my limit.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's out your own.
I think I get more uncomfortable with gore, if I'm being honest, than I do like metaphysical or like worldly discussion topics. Just gonna sell off these. Vitality and drains death buildup. We don't need that. We can get rid of that now. Causes... Oh, the thing causes frost buildup. You know, I'm curious. Oh, except I can't do that here. I'm gonna hold on to that staff because I want to see what the heavy attack for that is. We got so many of these. Raise attack power when HP is low. I don't really play like that. I usually like to have my HP quite high. It's good to know that that playstyle can in fact exist.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
I am here to upgrade my spirit, Madam Roderica. Let's get these demi-human ashes upgraded to +4. How are we doing on level ups? Oh, we're so close. We're so close, yet we're so far. We gotta make room for, we gotta make room with some runes. That's it. What do I want to sell for that? Maybe glintstone scraps? And we need one more item that we can get rid of. For me, liberal views mean people have freedom of speech. Yep. Say anything you want. We were part of the Soviet Union. Parents told you how restrictive everything was. Now Estonia is one of the freest countries in Europe. Yep, I agree with that. Freedom of the press, also agree with that. Freedom of religion, let people believe what they want. Whether it's, you know, being religious or not being religious at all, I agree with that too. Equality, everyone should have the same rights unless it's a security issue. Yep. For the country in Estonia, we take away votes from Russians living in Estonia so they can't vote in future elections. That probably gets a little bit shady for me, but you're in Estonia, so I get that. Like, you don't want influencers from foreign lands influencing how you live your life. And specifically because of Russia's current, like, geopolitical climate and actions. I get that. I imagine if Russia were doing those things, that restriction might be lifted. Or, you know, if enough time has passed and they don't do anything of the sort, that restriction may or may not be lifted. Problem, Russia believes Putin shit? Yep, absolutely. And I'd like to think not everyone in Russia believes it, but you know what Putin does with people that don't believe his shit. They end up in jail, or they end up like Navalny, and they're poisoned to death, or beaten to death in prison, or whatever have you. I think the Russian people are browbeaten into accepting whatever Putin says because the threat of death looms over them. I'm not advocating for assassination of any country's leader anytime. But if something were to happen to Putin, I may look the other way. Because I don't think the Russian people are truly that vile. People had to have known the news or seen the news clips of people rioting in the streets. I know there are good people in that country. They're just surrounded by a bunch of bad actors. If we could simply extract the golden apple from among the refuse pile, we would have something glorious to look at. But that is a really hard thing to do with people, to extract the good and leave out the bad. Can't really do that with human beings. You end up with... Usually to extract that kind of thing, you have to brainwash people, or you have to break them, psychologically speaking, to make that happen, and that's a violation in ethics. You just kind of have to take the good with the bad, for the most part. So it stinks. I have no sympathy for the Russian government, but I have sympathy for Russia's people, who do not deserve the amount of geopolitical isolation and manipulation that they're being subjected to. I'm glad we could agree on that. Not that there would have been a problem if we didn't agree on that, because Russia has despoiled itself. I don't blame people for vilifying the country, but it's nice to know deep down it's not a hatred of people, it's a hatred of governments. And I hear that I hear that a lot. I did have some European viewers not that long ago, like more than about 2 years ago, roughly, was when my schedule switched. And they say the same thing of us Americans, that we don't like your government. It pokes its nose in everything. And I would agree with that. American government is very nosy. It loves to stick its hands into everything. And most people would say we're arrogant as a country, but not... Unless you're in a spot like Iran or Lebanon or maybe parts of Africa, for the most part, I think the people of the world either like us, or at the very least like us enough to make fun of us, and that's about it. Could be worse. Me being made fun of and all that. I think it's the sense of American entitlement that gets us laughed at more than anything. How are we still... I'm missing 300 runes here. I did not think I'd be missing 300, but I guess let's fix that. And maybe also get these bell bearings out of the way. Well, our right-wing party also also talks a lot, but they can't do much because they're not in coalition. Makes sense. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm sure Estonia has its breakup of political parties. I'm curious. Would you mind explaining more about that? Because I know a little bit of Europe. I had an Italian viewer and a Romanian viewer, a couple of Romanian viewers, tell me how things work over there, but this is the first time I'm speaking to a honest-to-goodness Estonian. I'd love to learn more. If you're willing to talk about it. I don't want to press you for information or, make you uncomfortable. Again, please let me know if I make you uncomfortable. I do not want to do that in the slightest. That goes for anybody who's listening. Not just Klebus, but anyone. If I make you uncomfortable by talking about this, I know you're probably going to tune out rather than say something, but I promise saying something would actually yield some results. Just throwing that cautionary statement out there. That's all I can do. Hey, do I sell that stuff? I might. What would I sell though? I'm doing things while I wait for our conversation to pick up. Take your time, by the way. Let's sell a twig. That'll fix things. We don't really use the twigs, and picking up any of the sacrificial twigs is essentially free 1k runes. I just don't want to spend them all because they're rare. 50 arcane. In Estonia, we have 8 parties, so everybody can vote for the party where their views align. Gotcha. That makes sense. Yep. I think most people in America ache for the same exact thing. Being able to vote for the party of your choice. We don't only have Democrats and Republicans, but the two-party uniparty has such a tight grip on our land that literally nobody else can operate under it. At the very least, you have the Green Party, the Libertarians, and the U.S. Constitutionalists. That would probably... I think you may even start to see the underpinnings of a U.S. Socialist Party, too. That would at least give us 6. And I would love to be able to vote for any of the other 4 right now. But alas, it is something that's a problem that seemingly only myself and my sibling really kind of get. The rest of our family, not so much. They're very much... They either lean all the way left, or they lean all the way right. No exceptions. And living amongst those extremes is very frustrating. There's no balance to it. Yeah, actually surprised the USA only has 2 parties, the main 2. Yeah, it's like this. I kind of like... Have you ever played a game called Shin Megami Tensei? There's a specific one I have in mind with this. Shin Megami Tensei is like a really rather occult game. Most people are probably familiar with SMT5, if anything. But the one I'm thinking of is SMT4A. And those are... the SMT4s are DS titles. Where you have the forces that are allied with God, the Messians, the people that are shepherded by Merkaba, and you have people shepherded by Lucifer. I kind of liken it to that, where they'll work together only if something like threatens their overall operation, but otherwise they just pick and pick and pick at each other. It's non-stop, constant tribalism. It's so exhausting. It is very exhausting. I wish I could escape it. But I cannot. So I will settle for... convincing people to literally vote for something else. That's what I do in my spare time, outside of hanging out with my friends, is I'm an advocate for the third party, like a third party candidate at all times. It frustrates the living end out of my parents and my sibling and so many others who've all already picked a side. But I explained to them over and over, the only way in which we, as Americans, escape that is to break the cycle. There is nothing else. Oh right, why am I going up here? We don't need to go up here. You know what? I deserve that. I deserve that. I didn't pay any attention. Those things that's actually a Reforged feature. So like the traps are vanilla, like the guillotine cutters are in fact part of vanilla, but their ability to one-shot is a Reforged special, which I think makes a lot of sense, but it also makes them a lot more annoying. Let me tell you what. Very, very annoying. Utterly deserved, though. See, this would be the moment where I would say something like, oh, people are gonna love this soundboard clip. Which one is this? Which one do I want to use?
Now, don't get excited.
That was me getting excited. I think I've never heard it. I've been voting mostly Reform Party or Social Democrats. Yep, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. The U.S. analog of that would be mostly the Libertarian Party. I think that's the third party that has like the most representation, with the Green Party not being that far behind. why am I literally attacking something that can't die? Let's fix that. Nice. Extra nice. Give me just 1 second while I clear up these clergymen. Which, for those who don't know, the U.S. Libertarian Party is described as being right of center, but not as far right as the Republican Party is currently. Estonia recently passed laws so same-sex people can get marriage. Good. So basically, Estonia is the first post-Soviet country that passed that law. Good on you guys. Because love is not something that should be regulated that harshly in the first place. I'm glad that law passed. And I here's hoping to many more years of Estonians passing laws that guarantee rights for everybody. I wish I could say that we're the paragons of that, but honestly, as a country, we have a lot to learn from that. Really and truly, I do. Now, feel free to continue talking, but this is going to be the first time I unveil this lovely little command I've made. Exclamation mark boss. So during a boss fight, like, I'll acknowledge your statements, but I won't actually reply to them until either I've died or I've defeated the boss. Because Elden Ring or Soulsborne bosses are a handful. What can I say? I'll do my best, but I can't make any guarantees that I'll keep up with conversation, so usually I pick one. And in routing, I could probably pick the chat, but when the run actually starts, I'll have to put my focus on that anyway. So focusing on the bosses is just a good pattern I can fall into for that. Now, allow me to establish that pattern, and I will see you guys, all of you, I hope, on the other side of this boss fight. Cool. Neato. And I wish our time together being able to talk again would also be kind of short-lived, as this is the Black Knife Catacombs, and there are actually 2 bosses in here. There's the one that you're supposed to get for going through the catacomb itself. This is where the death root is. The second one is a secret one, and you can miss it. You know that or I should say, when the player gets this quest, you know, in the past I wanted to live in the USA, but seeing what's happening there, I'm like, maybe in the future. Yes, we have a lot of issues we gotta get under control. We've gotta get or I should say, if you're gonna live here, might I suggest either in the rural south, like in a smaller town, or you should live in some spot like Vermont, or a spot where crime is not really super rampant right now, as we've got vandalism left and right. We've got people discontent and angry over one policy or another. We're a union that is very much fraying at the seams. The threads of trust and cooperation are stretched very thin, and I think we're just a few threads short of a civil war. Just one more issue, one more blunder, one more faulty candidate, and I think Americans are going to be shooting each other up big time. So you are right to keep your distance. That's sad. I hate saying that because I'm a native citizen and I like where I live, and I live in a relatively quiet part of that land. But I don't blame people for keeping their distance. Regardless of left or right, I would, regardless of where you stand politically, or geopolitically, or, you know, just in terms of local politics, it's just not safe right now. It wasn't like that 20 years ago, and it wasn't like that 40 years ago. And you've got all kinds of problems adding to it. You've got people being replaced by AI for jobs. It's happening slowly but surely, one field at a time. You have supply chain issues and food shortages. You have people stealing things. Yeah, like, you could fall asleep on the street and still have your stuff. You can't really have that happening here. It kind of depends. And I would say the rural South is definitely a little bit safer in that regard. As long as you stay in smaller towns, you might be able to do something like fall asleep in a park and be fine. And it's just sad. It's sad. I hate that. I hate that. The humanist in me really hates that stuff. But I am but a single man. What can I could, like, find some underground party to join. Some kind of resistance movement. You know what kind of dark web browser I would need to find. There's Tor. It's out there. If I felt that strongly, or if you know, enough dire things pass, you might find me doing something like that. Finding some way to make a difference and end the two-party stranglehold on our country, because I think that's the only way we're getting out of this, is to end the false flag war of U.S. Democrats and U.S. Republicans. Regardless of where the world thinks we should be, politically speaking, we can't have our two parties fighting at each other, and only through intermediaries do I think we have a chance of surviving. That's my honest opinion. You could put that as the epitaph on my tombstone. That is something I will take with me to my grave. I truly do believe that. Whether my parents or my sibling or any other members of my family agree with that or not, I've been consistent throughout most of my life. I truly do think a multi-party system is going to be the thing that saves us, if anything. Now, we've got another boss fight, and you guys know what that means. Feel free to keep talking if you want. I don't want to force anybody, but just because I'm fighting doesn't mean that you guys have to be sitting there watching. You could totally talk. We're going to summon our good friend D, and I will see you guys on the other side of this boss fight as soon as he springs up forth from the summoning sign. You ready to do this with me, friend? You ready to help me hunt a Black Knife assassin, D? Sure hope so. I think his name's Darian, if I remember correctly. Alright, wish me luck. Nice job, D. Why did I mark her? I mean, I didn't even need to do that. Totally unnecessary damage. I could have... That was FP I could have spent on a spell. Oh, that was fun. Now, we got some quests to break up. For those who don't know how all bosses essentially works, I know in Vanilla, to access Fortisax and Estelle, Natural Born of the Stars, those are two like major bosses. You need to do 2 quest lines, Ronnie's quest line and Fia's quest line respectively. Those unlock Estelle and Fortisax respectively. There is no other there aren't any other quest lines that unlock or block access to a major boss like those two do. So anything I do here that is related to NPCs advances one of those 2 quest lines, strictly speaking.
Hello. I thank. So what can I do?
Otherwise, you know, if I were doing any percent or like just any arbitrary number of bosses, I would probably skip that one.
Always good to son.
Just because it's so dangerous. No matter what kind of run you're doing, deathless, hitless, whatever.
This, I can scarcely recall our They say the a group in the knives. Please, I'd love nothing more. Though only traces of the half my.
Yes, we've handed over the knife print. You got anything more to say? Nope. Like with many quests in Elden Ring, you have to rest and reset some of these. Or like advance dialogue some way. Okay, we have 50 arcane. What do we need now? Let's maybe pump up 1 or 2 points in endurance. For those of you in Twitch, I've not found a way to get this command working for YouTube yet. But if you type in !D build, all one word, letter D followed by the word build, you'll get the build. But essentially, also, you know what's weird? Like if I travel to Asia, nobody ever asks anything. But now I want to get your girlfriend to Estonia. She got her first visa rejected. Yuck. I'm sorry to hear that. And just recently she went to the visa application center again. And now you're on your second try. And her financials are better, so she should get the visa this time. That'd be nice. So you got a long distance relationship, Clabus? Am I parsing that correctly?
My examination is complete. Now I have a fair lunar demigod. Hers
That
was the
can't be
name I
easy.
discovered in the truly. But if Rani, then she should. I would like you to procure it.
I give you a
and
lot
then
of respect
all will be laid
for
bare.
committing
I
to
will have
one.
the answer.
Most people usually avoid them like the plague. Not because I don't think people can make that work, but because distance makes the heart yearn, grow fonder. Long-distance relationships can breed a sense of loneliness sometimes. So I have mad respect for that. I really do.
There's a manner. It is the familiar that's been taught Rani's way, but I suspect. I'm afraid that, do you know of the very note by D's account? But truth be, you may find that I discovered these souls. If Luna Princess and she should, would you be willing? She may have the royal car.
Sorry for mashing through all this
If
dialogue,
Luna
but
and she should, would you be willing? She may have the royal.
this isn't like a normal Let's Play.
Yes,
I'm
if
trying to
Dean
make
knew,
this
he would
quick.
surely, or perhaps, but no need to. I can tell a good.
Guess you're also trying to get her residence permit in Estonia? Awesome. What part of Asia does she hail from, if you don't mind my asking? I love hearing more about, like, I don't want to say foreign lands, but like other places around the world. That always at least moderately or even mildly intrigues me. Ah, the Philippines. Those are some nice islands. And I hear a lot of people from other lands like to go and retire there, because their currency stretches far and wide. as foul as that practice may be, depending on who you ask. How long have you been long distance? If and you don't mind my asking. I keep looking down at my desk looking for something. 3 years? That's awesome. I have mad respect for that. I look forward. I truly hope that your girlfriend gets the residence visa that she needs, because long distance relationships can be hell, as I'm sure you are keenly aware. She even gave her mother's ring to you. Aw, that's awesome. That's awesome. I love hearing stories like that. That's I have almost no words for that. That's beautiful. I love that. I hope your relationship continues to work out, and I mean that in the best of possible terms, because there's so many long-term relationships, long-distance relationships, excuse me, that don't make it. They fizzle out after a year or 6 months. When I'm 31, about to be 32, and 22? Yeah, that'd be about the right time interval. 10 years ago, I used to be a raider in World of Warcraft, the MMORPG. I used to be a raid lead back then, and when I was sitting through and managing the raid team, I had a couple of people that formed a long-term relationship like that, and they seemed pretty stalwart in making it work, and I knew that they were an exception and not the norm. They were on entirely different spots in the US. One was West Coast, one was East Coast. It's not as far as your relationship, but it's still, like I said, long distance relationships, if I could get my words right, can be hell. Because, again, absence makes the heart grow fonder, especially if the relationship is powerful and built on the foundation of good principles, which, from what you've said about your girlfriend giving her mother's ring to you, that is a pretty powerful relationship. I don't know if that couple that I'm mentioning is still around now, but I'd like to think that I hope they either moved on amicably if it didn't last, or I hope they're together, living their best life, and not in a long-distance relationship. Not because long-distance relationships are wrong or anything, just that they could be emotional torture, even in the best of circumstances. So I really do have mad respect for that. I hope it all works out in the end for you. I really do. Now, in the interest of not repeating myself over and over and over again, I know that could be rather garish. Yeah, we had our lows, but you've overcome that? Good. I'm glad to hear that. Really and truly, I mean that. As much as a random user on the Twitch stream can say, anyway. I'm kind of a nobody in other circumstances, so I really do mean that. And no, I'm not about to cry or anything. What is our next boss? Oh goody, we're about ready to deal with Lieutenant. That ought to be good. Do we at least have the area? We do have the area unlocked. Good. Yeah, we don't need to talk to D yet. That could come a little bit later. Just making sure I'm not, messing myself up for later. So, and I guess in the interest of just audience engagement in general, what do you guys think about long-term relationships? Yay? Nay? Oh, I'd get involved? Oh, I'd never get involved. Just curious to see where the audience sits on that. Obviously, you have two people's views already, but I'm just curious if anybody else has opinions on the matter. And this is not judgment hour. Before anybody like has to clarify, I'm just looking for a basic response. Because that type of stuff is... It's interesting to talk about, because you get so many interesting perspectives on the matter. Like, oh, I've been in a long-term relationship and it's never worked for me. I have heard people say that. Or, you know, we had our long-term relationship, it was fun while it lasted, but we decided in the end that we couldn't make it work, and so we parted ways. You know, there's so many different ways just to tell that type of story. Also, I'm going to go back and collect that codex entry before I lose it. By the way, just as a quick change of subject. Oh, yep, that happened. One of the neat features about Reforged is that it has this bestiary function. We have the signs, which when you mark and kill an enemy, will add their information. Nice, I just used one. Will add their information to the Codex of the All-Knowing. This thing does not exist in any other overhaul mod that is out there. Not Convergence, not Dark Moon, not Reborn, none of them. This is a strict ERR feature. So we use the Codex, and we get access to a bunch of different entries split up according to what is essentially either creature type or location. And let's say I wanted to know about the demi-humans we just killed. We could do that. It's got all the information on it and everything. It, at the level 1, has the most to offer. It tells you weaknesses, strengths, status effect immunities if they have any. It tells you the kills required to expand the entry. It'll tell you like the basic HP, or if there's a special enemy type applied. Void or dragon are common enemy types, for example. It'll give you drop rates, so on and so forth. And the level 3, let me try to find one. Like bosses, though they have a level 3, a lot of them have level 3 versions. And it'll tell you the boss, the enemy type. It'll give you the level 3 version will give you the exact breakdown of their damage negations. Status resistances, it gets more specific the more you, either when you mark a boss and kill it, or if you kill an enemy enough times to get the level 3 codex entry, you get this as well. It's great. It used to be a campfire menu, but now it is an item that you can access just about anywhere. It's awesome. I just wanted to point that out in case anyone was curious or didn't know what the heck I was doing, especially people that don't have passive familiarity with Elden Ring, to know that this is a custom mechanic. Well, here you go. I've explained a custom mechanic. Now back to our previous topic at hand. One of the things that, and I hate making the conversation about me or anything, but it's like the way I can relate to people is by trying to map it to an experience I've had. And while I don't have any experience with long-term relationships at all, I will obviously defer to other people on that. I have seen them at work. One of the things with World of Warcraft or any kind of MMORPG with a robust endgame attached to it is that if you are part of a team or you manage a team of people, you very quickly probably become someone's secret keeper. You become a relationship guru. Whether good or bad, no one can really say, but you become a mediator, for better or worse. And when I was a younger kid and when I was a young adult, that's kind of what I spent my time doing. You know, outside of preparing for raids, when that was something I was doing seriously, I would be in the guild Discord or in the team Discords, or not Discord. We didn't have Discord back then. It would have been like Ventrilo, TeamSpeak, something like that. And I would literally chat it up with my raid mates, and sometimes there'd be secrets or knowledge that most people aren't supposed to have, like, involved in that. So I'm familiar. I have passing familiarity with lots of social situations despite not ever experiencing them. So while I don't have enough familiarity with long-term relationships to go, yeah, that one's gonna work, or no, this one's not gonna work, I can respect the amount of effort it takes to have them, to maintain them. And I have watched long-term relationships break down in real time because I was present for both people speaking at once. What I'm doing is I'm not wanting to spend this much health on the way down or this many flasks, so I'm quickly kind of resetting the area. We will be moving forward real soon. Promise. But here I am gabbing like an old hen, not really knowing when to shut up about something. But that is the content creation scene for you, right? We talk about a lot of things, and maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's a drawback of mine, is I don't know when to stop talking, and especially on matters in which I have little experience. But what else do you do in the content creation sphere? I mean, obviously you have to know where to draw a line, but the whole point is to keep people entertained, and that sometimes that very much means speaking on matters in which you know very little about and asking tons of questions. So, to you, Clabus, I'll thank you again, not only for the raid, but also, your willingness to answer questions. I really appreciate that. It's not for content. I'm legitimately curious. That's the only reason I ask, but at any point of a conversation or question that's uncomfortable, you have your right to withdraw from that conversation or to make it abundantly clear that I've crossed a line at any time. God, I'm about to get all rambly. Is there anything else I could talk about? I hope I made my stance on lots of things clear. I'm not... Oh, you can ramble on and on a stream, especially if, you're just a naturally gabby hen like me. I've always liked talking with people. I'm something of an extrovert. I have times where I need to recharge my social battery, but as may be apparent, I get excited when talking to people. My pitch phrases, I get curious, I get inquisitive even. I ask all kinds of questions. And something people may not know about me is that I'm a people watcher. Like, if I had the income and if I had the means to drive myself anywhere in the whole wide world, I would get on a subway station, or, I would go to, I might purchase a ticket and not even do anything with it. I would just go to the subway and sit there and watch and see what people would do. Or, I'd go to a coffee shop or something, grab like a venti or something of whatever cappuccino or frappuccino they're selling that day, and I'd sit and watch. I wouldn't be listening to people in general, but just looking at a crowd of people. Because I'm fascinated by them, says the STEM major. Says the STEM major, who was definitely going into a field that had nothing to do with people. I am no longer attending Augusta University, but if I were, I would be considered a up-and-coming cellular and molecular biologist. Those are fancy words for I would sit and look at things under a microscope all day. various kinds of cells, pancreatic, thyroid, or, you know, the cutting of a plant or something. Like, I would study all the intricate little features that come with cellular biology or even molecular biology, like how exactly our enzyme cascade pathways work, or how the simple act of digesting food gets sugar from one part of our body into a cell to actually be processed into something else or stored entirely. That type of stuff is amazing because it really highlights all the machinery in life. That there's way more than just, you've got your cardiovascular system, you have your endocrine system, nerves, you have your skeletal system. You know, it's not just the macro stuff, it's the micro stuff, the small stuff, the things that nobody sees. Or, you know, another example of that would be how your immunoglobulin systems work. That there are 5, in humans at least, there are 5 different kinds of immunoglobulins, and there's one in particular that's responsible for your allergy response, and that's immunoglobulin E. It's this star-shaped, my hand is not doing a very good job, of course, but it is a star-shaped enzyme whose literal job is to take an allergen and go and clasp it and take it somewhere to be digested and stored in the memory of your helper B cells. No, I'm sorry, your B cells, not your helper Bs. There's no such thing. But alas, as much as I'd love to be studying that stuff, I have run down on financial luck, and that is part of what I'm trying to rectify in my life right now. I would much rather be working toward my eventual dream of being what I would describe as being part of an effective counter-bioterrorism unit. That's probably the way I'd word it. So this would be like your CDCs or part of your NIH. I'd be part of some branch of government responsible for researching into biological terror threats that don't exist yet. A biodefense specialist. That is the common vocational term. That's what people would call it, is a biodefense specialist. I don't know why I'm telling people my dreams. They're not really pertinent to the stream or anything, but keeps me gabbing, because otherwise I would probably be quiet right about now. I don't know. What do people go to school for, if anything? Or, you know, what do people do for a living? I wish I could say I'd be doing anything for a living. I have to figure that part out now. And I've got like 2 broad possibilities. One possibility is, let me fix this frostbite. One broad possibility is I'd be house sitting for people now. And the other possibility is that I'm probably gonna have to, visit a temp agency or something and figure out, you know, how many skills can I develop in a 3-month time period, being shipped over to various companies to work for what is essentially pro bono, or scraps. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Something along those lines. Now, this is yet another boss fight, so of course, I will see you guys after the fight on the other side. Thank you very much for your help, Debbie Humans. We are now, you've earned your rest. Trust me, the spirits probably make these fights look easier than they actually are. The spectacle of the thing is knowing which ones you don't need a summon for, really and truly. But, thankfully, under Team Hitless rules, I am allowed the use of those. At least I hope so. The other day, yesterday in fact, I was reading about the use of utility spells on stream, because I was not exactly clear on, you know, what all is permissible in a hitless submission or not. Hello, Lieutenant.
Felt I told you that I possess, or have you was my other. Oh. Do you speak true? So old. Then I've no choice. Let's try. My apology. I presume I hope that you... Would you consider... I must go. There is something. Will you show me if you of the where... Thank you, kind. They say in castles... No, farewell. I will go with it. Forgive me, love. Call upon me when needed, and I will fight at your side.
Poor Lobo. So what I know this is routing and all, but I love showing off Reforged features. One of the things that are also unique is the fortunes. They're kind of like subclasses, where essentially it's kind of like a playstyle change. I'll read this. Well, you're an advisor for your dad's company in nature conservation. Awesome. If some protected species like birds flying or putting nests in plants, which are subject to protection and so on. Yeah. I've thought about working for nature preserves or nature conservation companies. It's in the same wheelhouse of biology, and I know enough about it to make that work. I just don't have the right qualifications for most of them. How do you like advising for nature conservation? Do you enjoy that sort of work? How many rune pieces are we sitting at? 15? Oh, we got 5 more. Only 5 more. We did, in fact, kill that knight without too much issue. Where are we at now? Third tree avatar? Good. Very good. Let's keep moving. Oh, did we talk? Please tell me we talked to... We don't have Raya's necklace, right? No, we do not. Yeah, I would... I mean, that would at least be making me some money, and I'm at least... I know enough about a lot of biological things that I think I could make a pass at being on a nature preserve. I think I could do that. And I do so love the outdoors. I love growing plants. I don't currently have a garden, but I am thinking about putting together an aquaponics array or a hydroponic array. It's you could make a DIY one for pretty cheap, and you could grow root vegetables there. Root vegetables or like small herbs or something. I don't recommend trying to grow potatoes at a hydroponic array, by the way. Unless you have a really thick mound of dirt that you could use for your hydroponic array. Yes, you do enjoy your work. Your dad has a road construction company? Awesome. Awesome. Okay, I see what I see. I'm parsing your description a little bit better now. So your dad has a road construction company, and you deal with the part that's like, if you were to build a road right here, you might possibly go through and deal with this many species. Yeah, okay. Now I understand a little bit more about the job. Yep. That took me only entirely too long to parse on my own. Do I want to have coffee? No problem. No problem. Obviously, you're in Estonia. I don't expect English to be your first language. I don't know if you've noticed, but when I'm reading your sentences, or with anybody who I can tell English is not your first, or I have a reasonable likelihood that English would not be your first language, I try to read the paragraph as you would have typed it if English were your native language. A, to help other people who maybe can't parse it as well as I can, and B, mostly so it makes sense to me. It's like I'm making sure that I understand how you want to say something, because I am a native English speaker. I think the most typical American, right? Doesn't know any other language besides English. I can kind of read Italian, kind of. I know some words, and I know the conventions of speaking more than anything, but I probably couldn't read you a bedtime story in Italian or anything. I can't do that. And any Italian I did learn comes from, like, free to use learning apps. So take that with a grain of salt. You speak 3? English, I assume, would be one of them. Is it Estonian? Please tell me the native language of Estonia is Estonian and I'm not, like, inserting foot in mouth. Good. What's the third? I may not be... German? Nice. I may not be worldly, but I like to think I've got a good head on my shoulders and can at least make reasonable guesses as to what things are supposed to be. It's nice to know I was right about that, so thank you for confirming. Where are we? Right. I don't know what I'm doing other than getting lost in good conversation. Thank you again for sticking with me. This is usually about the time on stream where my energy starts to peter out a little bit. And I'm getting the sweats real bad. But I'll make the best of those situations. Let's go to the boiled prawn shack. How do you like the German language, if you don't mind my asking? I know I liked what I learned of Italian, mostly the ins and outs of their preposition system and everything, and realizing that most European languages have at least 2 more tenses than English does. But there's no clean translation for those tenses either. I want to say in English we have past tense, present tense, we have the affirmative tense or future tense, like, oh, I will do something, etc., etc. And there are a couple more that I forget the names of offhand. Seems easy, but don't speak much of it. My sibling knows some German. They took a course on it. And from what my sibling has explained of it to me is that with German, you need to treat it as though it's not like any other language in the whole wide world. The Germans just have arbitrary rules for how some things are. It's not like French, where, you know, French has like this rigorous structure for how it says and for how people speak and write it. With the Germans, it's like, you know, there are tenses, there are words, but we kind of just speak the words that we kind of speak it in the way that makes sense to us. That was the explanation I was given of it, is that a lot of the rules are just arbitrary. Not that there's anything wrong with that. After all, if I say read, read, and read in English, could you tell me which read I'm talking about? Probably not. Because in English, the where the word is placed in the sentence can tell you, or could tell you, which one you're talking about. Am I talking about reading a book? Am I talking about reading something with your eyes or making sense of something? Or am I talking about the reed plant, like cattails and so on? In Estonian, nouns and pronouns do not have grammatical gender, but nouns and adjectives decline in... Adjectives decline in 14 cases: nominative, genitive, partitive, illative, inessive, elative, allative, adessive, ablative, translative, terminative, essive, obsessive, abessive, excuse me, and commutative, with the case and number of the adjective always. Interesting. Usually with and do your adjectives precede the word, or do they go after it? I know in Italian the adjective goes after the word. In English, it usually goes before the word, and if you need a description for something afterwards, that's when an adverb gets involved. So, like, the structure would be adjective, noun, adverb, insert whatever other, like, English structure you want before and or after it. Now, I am a STEM major, not an English major, but if there's anything I know well, or know to a good degree, it is English. Why? Because you need to know how to write a science paper. You need to know how to write a lab report. You need to have good, solid English fundamentals for that. Any STEM major that says English is not required is likely working in the field where they can make all the haphazard notes they like. If you ever have to issue a lab report, or you ever have to, like, have a case filing or anything, you're gonna wish you knew your English then. Well, I'm not sure. Fair. For me, it's natural. I would expect so. Estonian would be your native tongue. I had good grades in that class. I would expect so. I had okay grades in English. Let's see. In elementary and middle school, C's, I was still learning my English, and my brain is wired differently compared to other people. So I don't always speak the best English, but I sure do know how to write it. It got better in high school and in college. I've usually got B's or A's. As long as I wasn't being graded too harshly on a paper, or there were too many presentations. When you get presentations involved, my grade is going to kind of decline a bit. He says being a content creator and having to talk in front of people, but having to get up and do an English presentation is in no way the same as getting in front of a camera and talking to people. You gotta exercise good formal English in an English presentation, and you can get graded pretty harshly for your interpretations of things as well. I remember getting a grade that was a little bit less than stellar for a book report because I had an entirely different interpretation of events in the book. I forget which book it was. It might have been The Outsiders or some other, like, cult classic book where I had just a wildly different idea of what was happening. Hated presentations in uni? Oh. And the worst are the biology classes that have presentations in them. Because let me do something real quick. I have a particular reason for whipping out the Google Scholar, I promise. So, the role of dynamics in enzyme activity. There's 1, 2, 3 buzzwords right there. Or our papers look like improvement of enzyme activity, stability, and selectivity by immobilization techniques. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buzzwords. 6 buzzwords. And if you're writing a chemistry paper, you're going to have like 20 or 10 buzzwords as you're looking for specific interactions between specific molecules or compounds. I can't tell you the number of sleepless nights I got looking at the interaction between acetic acid and some other compound we were working with in lab. A really common one is the reaction involved in making acetylsalicylic acid. That is aspirin. Yeah, many papers on making aspirin. Most of them have at least 10 buzzwords on them. And having to write the complicated word while also having to get up and present the complicated word 10 times over, and having to say acetylsalicylic acid 5 times fast correctly the whole time is rough. It's not as bad. I think the worst presentations are probably, I'm gonna say foreign language class, but that's just because that is literally what it's called here in the US. They would be like Spanish or French presentations. It'd be something like that, and those are typically referred to as foreign language classes. Imagine everything being a buzzword. I can't imagine it. What was your worst presentation in uni, if you don't mind my asking? And take your time, as that could probably be quite the story. Making sure that my nose and mouth isn't sticking together a whole bunch. I have a bad time with that. Sometimes my mouth will stick and my words stick together like glue. Yeah, take your time. I know I'm asking for something big. That gives me a good chance to, like, rest my voice for just a second. I'm already feeling like I need a drink, if I'm being quite honest with you. Do I take a 30 seconds to go get that? It's almost break time. No, I think what I'll do is I'll take that break after we kill this boss. So, welcome to the game's most recycled boss ever, and this is true of vanilla, just like it's true here. But this boss is actually kind of cool. It's been made cooler, I should say. It'll have access to the crystal tier that it's guarding. I forget which one is being guarded here. Oh, you know what? I remember at least one of them. It's the exploding crystal tier. These things are a real treat to fight in lots of cases. Now, do I make a fool of this boss? Maybe? Probably? Yeah, I can use summons for this. I've not yet played around with summons to figure out which one is best. I'll see you guys after this boss fight. Wow, summons make a complete joke of that fight. I should be using summons more often. Yes, so we didn't have a chance to see it during that fight, but the Erd Tree avatar can and does in fact explode periodically. And the explosion deals mega damage. It usually one-shots me if I'm anywhere nearby. It's pretty neat, but now that I know that I could use summons for this, I think I'm going to, and that should eliminate any problems we might have with Erd Tree avatars in the future. I might showcase one where we don't use the summon for it, so that you guys can see the spectacle of that fight. Because an Erdtree avatar is a beauteous thing to fight, at least until phase 2, and then it gets a little unfun. Just a little, though. Not a whole bunch unfun, but you usually have holy projectile spam that comes at you rather fast. That could definitely be... It could definitely be pretty annoying, to say the least. The projectile spam doesn't usually kill you, as long as you know how to run. You don't want to zigzag, you just need to run in a consistent direction, and that should take care of it. So now with that boss out of the way, and hopefully with no deaths for the rest of the night, we're gonna go back to the bonfire, or rest site, excuse me, and we're gonna take our what will probably be the remaining break for the evening. Well, evening for me. It'll be like 4 or 5 something in the morning for Europeans anyway. You guys know the spiel. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time. To anybody on Twitch, I thank you guys for sitting through these ads. They help keep the lights spinning, but I don't blame you if you tune out then. I really don't. For those of you on YouTube, this is going to be a pretty lonely 5 minutes. Yeah, I'll see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you very much. Sorry about that, folks. I am back. Tried to get my coffee machine to work with very little success. Hopefully everybody had a decent commercial break, and I apologize for any lateness I might have had. About another, 4 minutes? Yeah, so we're gonna add 4 minutes to the end of stream time, so we're looking at an extra 5 minutes before the stream ends for the evening. We have about an hour from now, so we've got plenty of time, just throwing that out there. I want to take an opportunity to thank everybody so much for stopping by, for following, for subscribing. I really appreciate it. I apologize for any anything that I did not personally reply to in terms of follows and or subscriptions. I have 2 computers. Make sure I get the wiring out done incorrectly. This would be the pair of headphones that I would be hearing that stuff on. I do not currently have a good way of hearing it from my gaming computer without you guys hearing a double. I also have to clarify and make sure my alerts are actually working like they're supposed to, but I digress. That is a different matter altogether. Do you already know this gesture? Where is it? No, erudition is definitely one you do not start out with. So the way this statue works is that you have to do a gesture in front of it. In this case, erudition. And we do not know where that is currently. And I have forgotten its location, I might add. But more importantly, and this is a fun Reforged feature, if you come up and normally you'd be able to make this skip. Yeah, there's a skip you can do to get a memory stone. Guess what? This particular part of the tower would actually have come up a little bit higher. It shrunk. I think more specifically because you can't really change the size of things too well. Either the tower was like put further out of the ground, or part of the asset that's tied to this wall is just pushed further into the ground. So you can't actually skip it. It's not a big deal, but it is something I'd like to point out. Anybody looking for a free memory stone is not going to get it there. You have to use erudition to get it, which you did not have to do in vanilla in the slightest. Are there any rune pieces over here near the cliff face? And it's raining again. Oh, so another fun fact about Elden Ring, just in general. Did you know the weather has an effect on magical spells? Yeah, so in rain, any lightning spells deal 10% extra damage, and fire spells deal 10% less damage compared to, say, magic or holy spells, which are unaffected by the weather change. It's like a really neat, obscure feature, but considering that we're fire spells only, God, do I hate it. Hate all that rain. In real life, I love the rain. If it's like a gentle rain outside, I will get under the, I will go into the outdoor patio, which is covered, and I'll just sit there and breathe in the good air, moistened by the rain, and listen to it for a while. I love that stuff. And in thunderstorms, as long as I'm not in any danger and I'm not getting soaking wet, so to speak, I'll sit and listen to the thunder too. It gets too close, I'll head back in, but I love thunderstorms. Not only are they some of my favorite weather phenomena in the world, it's a good representative of nature's pure, unbridled power, but also, it's a motif of mine. For example, I have this lovely emote that I made myself. Because I can get my eyeballs on it. I made that lovely thing. It's an emblem with a vortex and some lightning streaking through it. Now, it's very hard to tell. You kind of have to blow up your phone a great deal to look at it, but the detail is there. I made it myself. It's really neat. By the way, just for following, I, again, do appreciate everybody who's followed. You get emotes just for following. Also, you get access to the Discord. Just, let me type in that command now, actually. If you were on YouTube, you can also type in exclamation... Actually, now I can just do that myself. If you followed, if you subscribed, you're coming from Coffee or Patreon, which I do have, definitely feel free. Check out the Discord. It's a pretty quiet server. I would love to have more people there. We have people from Romania, we have people from the US, and who knows where else. We have quite a few people in here. As small as our 12-member server actually is. I'm looking to change that slowly and surely. So please stop by. You know, let me know that you've arrived in the Discord if you've clicked on it, and I can get your role all situated. In fact, let's make a. I don't normally like to show all this stuff off on camera, but. Might as well. No time like the present. Here you go. Here's my Discord server. Just gonna take a quick look for any members that might be here. Yep, I have... Definitely feel free to click on those. I could get caught in the Discord rabbit hole pretty quick, so let's not stay there too long. But... I have links. I have tons of links, actually, below in the description. Or in the About Me section on Twitch. Also have a link tree. There are tons of places to look. I have the Cuckoo's Everjail. That's like way over here, right? We're trying to make this last hour worth something, mean something. Although, honestly, today every hour has been worth it. I really want to thank Clavis again for rating the channel today. I really appreciate that. It's nice to have company. Sometimes days are pretty quiet here on the channel, and I appreciate any conversation that people had in the meantime. It means a lot to me, because it's not easy as an extrovert, you know, speaking into a camera, which is something I do like to do, by the way, but it's easier when you're not speaking into it for multiple hours with nothing but deadpan silence. You're gonna have a tough time. Oh. I was about to say he was gonna have a tough time, but in truth, I'm the one having a tough time. Awful. We touch grass. We touch grace, excuse me? Not grass. Although that is the joke, isn't it? Miyazaki had to have known when he made this, when he helped direct this game, that there were memes out there that were just gonna circulate, and touching grass is one of them. Heck, I watched like Magic the Gathering content creators play this game, and that was like the first thing to leave their lips was touch grass. It's like a colloquial meme in the making. Now, something people should know about me is I am not a memester, not even a little bit. No, that's not true. I know about the dicks out for Harambe and everything, but that is definitely an exception. I'm a dinosaur when it comes to memes. I'm 31, about to be 32. My time for being on the train with memes has long since passed. I am the people. I'm the person that people scream, "Okay, boomer," at and laugh at. I'm absolutely that person. I have lived my prime, and I am fine with being relegated to old world chaff nobody cares about. Truly. I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Excellent. Of course you would have your ass sticking out of the end of this. Beautiful. Wow. I mean, actually, not beautiful. Ugly. Freaking ugly. Only one, that was a pretty sloppy fight. Not gonna lie. But at least it's done and over with now. Next one. Next one is the Glintstone Dragon Smaragd. I think before we're going to do that, though, we are going to get as many rune pieces as we can. We only need 3 more. So I'm hoping we can find those somewhere along the way to killing Smaragd, and we could go about our business. Should be one over here. What was that bat corpse doing just now? Just like... And that got the operatic bat to stop singing. The operatic bats are actually a pretty good source of runes. It's nice to be able to farm them, but they are not an easy combatant. They will dodge out of the way of your fireballs or other magic spells. Additionally, it's not just that, but they'll kick up poison dust clouds. They are generally just overall not a good time. Like, truly, really not a good time. They can also grab you and scream into your skull and kill you. It's a pretty ghastly thing to watch happen the first time. I'm sorry, what? Wait, that's a female. Look, female, they're carrying eggs. Actually, I don't even... is that a strictly female lobster practice? I have no idea. Look, my part of biology focused on small cells and not anything else. Nope. Come here, then. How did they not die? You'd think there'd be crayfish eggs in that instance. You know, instead of anything else. But those are not lobster. Those are crayfish. So are they related to the lobster somehow? Is that what Miyazaki is driving at? Is that they're related? They're related to crabs? I mean, they are. They're crustaceans, but... like, related in more of a direct way than... you know, just being part of the same class and or order of species. Let's go ahead and break down some materials. We desperately need it. So this is another unique system. Like all the overhaul mods have like their own take on crafting, as far as I understand. But this is Reforged's take on it, where instead of just turning items into other items, you turn these items into intermediaries, and the intermediaries become like the items that you would normally craft in Elden Ring. So we have tons of these. But we are definitely not lacking in shimmering substance now. You have like general purpose ingredients converted into alchemics, and then you have everything else which typically comes in the form of essences, amalgams, or extracts. And you take all those things and you can typically convert them into something of your choice. Yeah, we definitely need more crackling substance. Make 50 of these and be on our business. Do we want to kill Smarak now? I guess we could do that. But it doesn't make a lick of difference to me, but... what's one more boss before we continue the search for rune pieces? Really? Where is it now? Absolutely awful. Oh, actually, yeah, there is like a big problem with this. And that problem is... are these different scarabs? I have to know. No! Well, we can actually, like, take out the scarab. The good thing that these aren't different scarabs, but we can, in fact, take them out. That works for me. I think that should be a sufficient number of kills for now. So, welcome to Glintstone Dragon Smaragd. Smaragd is a little bit different from the usual. As the dragon rests, the key is free to grasp. Brutish ones must snatch it from the beast's maw. So, Smaragd here is asleep. And we're free to sneak around and get the Academy key. If we awaken Smaragd, we'll have two more chances to get the key. One is if we poise break Smaragd, and if we poise break or posture break them, in other words, the key will be in their mouth, and instead of reposting them, you can grab the key. The other way you get it is by killing Smaragd once they're awake, and they'll just drop the key. But I think retrieving the key while they're asleep is just so much better. Oh, you weren't supposed to awaken, but whatever. And as much as I would love summoning things for this fight, this is actually one of those fights where it's a rather pointless gesture. What? We died for no reason. We died to removal. Well, that's a boss death. A rare one of those. Well, shit. I guess we died. You know, Smaragd crushed us under his turdy dirty purdy feet. I guess that's allowed to happen. Sure. Is that a misbegotten just lying right there? Please tell me it's dead. Yeah, it is. Interesting. I didn't know that that was a misbegotten corpse. Now I do. Oh, this is another neat weather effect, by the way. If, and I believe this is in vanilla, but it might have different effect. If you see these golden flecks falling from the sky, you get 10% increased runes, while you're killing things in this weather. It's a really neat feature. It's like the only other weather effect there is. It's either raining or this is happening. I would love if other weather effects came to the lands between. I just don't know what kind of weather effects there'd even be. And before you say, oh, well, there's also lightning, or anyone says that, the lightning that happens is actually not because it's storming, it's because there's, our death marker's over here, right? It's actually because you're in a Fulgur Bloom patch, and it's got nothing to do with, the dragon dying. Or not dragon. It's got nothing to do with the overall weather in the area. What are you killing? I'm not sure what, but you just gave me more ammunition, Smarag. And our reward for killing a dragon is at all times a dragon heart. I guess I'll have to remember not to be stamped out underneath the feet of Smarag. I will also say that this fight is generally done on horseback. It is not usually done you know, on foot. But I've never liked doing the dragons. I've never liked being a part of the dragon fights on foot or on horseback. I die a lot more often because Torrent can be really touchy and extra finicky to try to control during a fight. I've always preferred the on foot like version of the fight, and I just know the cadence better on foot. I know when to back. I almost died. I know when to back off, and I know when to fight more, or to, you know, lean into the dragon's movements, which is not something you can really do all the time, and it's something you only get better at if you have to be careful. Oh, is there not? Please tell me there's not a This screams I'm gonna die again. I am so close to dying. It's not even funny. What the hell? Platforming challenge. What the fuck? Damn it. Pissing me off. As you can see, Coin is not the best at platformers. He really truly isn't. I'm awful at them. Unless, you know, the mechanics are simple, straightforward, or, you know, I'm given a learning curve. In Elden Ring, the platforming is like, guess you better figure it out, huh, bud? You better figure it the hell out or you're gonna die. That's exactly what happened there. And now my death marker is all the way up there. Good luck getting my runes, all of them. My runes! My runes! My kingdom for some runes. Or insert whatever meme you want here, basically. That is number 200. Now we just gotta get our runes, and so they are actually worth something. Look up there too. This all kind of stinks, if I'm being honest. Okay. Let's do ourselves a favor and get the fuck out. Okay. Now that learning has occurred, we're going to go and turn in the last binding rune. Or not the last one, but like the last major one that I'm getting. And the rest will come in time.
Always good. So, if Lunar Princess Rani true...
Nope, we're good. Nothing else has occurred here. We should talk to Fia before moving forward, but I think that's like... I know D's discussion comes up later, but we should definitely, That's the last one. Gives us a 28 in dexterity. Exactly what we were looking for. That's our casting speed breakpoint. Now we're gonna go, upgrade some stuff, move on about our business, so on and so forth.
Well, I took you no matter it's lay out your own.
Oh, it's too bad that this doesn't upgrade further. Like, we have to be further on in the game to upgrade it. Yuck. We will never be using critical hits with Assassin's Cerulean Dagger, so this gets to be sold. Oh, we got spinning strikes. We need to strip the AOW out of that. And any of these. We don't need any of those smithing stones. Just the sombers. And now we can sell the halberd. I never did look at the glintstone staff with that. It might just be like a frosty version of glintstone pebble or something. Who knows? What do we want to put points in now? Endurance? Yeah, this is probably sufficient. Should get us over the edge. And then I feel fine with 20 vigor. Really, I do. So I think now what we're gonna do is put points into mind and get our FP up another 100 points or so. Get it up to 1600. That way we can enrage Lutel pretty easily, or at least actually be capable of doing it. I do wish I could sell these spells. I should be able to, but for some reason I just cannot. For whatever reason you can't do that. Unless they're like vanilla spells or something. We were able to before. Or maybe we were never able to, as a matter of fact. Hmm. I guess let's try to make the most of our situation now. So now our run should go just a lot faster, because we're not having to scour over looking for rune pieces. What I might want to do is make some notes on this. Go back here. Okay, I've made a note for myself. If you guys want to see the route notes that I take, you can type in !deroute. You can also do the same thing here. On YouTube, should be the same command either way. I know we could go straight for it. I do want to get the couple of rune pieces that are in Jarberg. Those are a pretty easy thing to grab. You know, not counting the one at the end. That one can go, you know, suck an egg or something. Whatever the colloquial phrasing for that is. That a rune? No, that is the shimmery tail feathers of an eagle. That's what that is. Alright, where are our embedded tombstones? The rune piece right there we can grab. It's pretty easy. Just follow the tombstones correctly and you've got it. Look, not hard. And there's another one like toward the cemetery that's over in that general direction. And we can have everyone's favorite friend, Jarbairn.
Hello, Cos. What are you doing here? I didn't think anyone knew about this place. Except us Jars. Ah! Are you going to be the new potentate?
I'll be your potentate. I'll be your Huckleberry.
Gosh, truly. That's wonderful news. It's not easy being potentate, though. I know. Show me your hands. It's just a little test, cuz. To see if you've got the right stuff. Your skin isn't so smooth, is it? You need slick, slidey hands to be potentate, you know?
I'm need sorry, this on soundboard.
But I don't think you've got what it takes. What a shame.
Slick, slidey hands. I need it. I need that line.
Don't look so glum, cuz. We can still chat. Potentate or not, come back and visit me. When you can.
Sure. Absolutely. Welcome to Jarberg. Now, do we need to be here? No, not really. But again, it's got free, easy rune pieces to get. I mean, it could be worse. There could be difficult rune pieces. There is a difficult one that I will not be getting, because getting it is literal torture. Whoever placed this can, like, go off, I guess. Or whatever common millennial phrase there is these days. What am I saying? I'm also a millennial, but I don't have the common phrases like most other people do. I know, I'm more of a boomer in that regard, aren't I? So many delicious hard runes. They're like, piece of candy. That's what I got to say about that. Yeah, the cemeteries have like a range of runes that are allowed to be there. Some of the cemeteries have like 2K or 4K runes. A lot of them though have closer to like 1200 or 800 runes is like the top end, and there are a lot more 400s than in most cases. Is there... Oh my god, making this is so stupid. Please do not tell me there's a rune piece up here. I think there's a bloody rune piece up here. We need to go topside to find it. I don't want to go up there yet. Yep, we're gonna do it. We're gonna go back here, like here-ish. There's gotta be a rest site that's not too far from the Tibia Mariner. I remember there being one. Just gotta find it. It wouldn't be over here. It's further down where the cemetery is. Okay, so that... It's not there, it's over here. Platforming, everyone's worst nightmare. I'm kidding, it's only my worst nightmare. Not just anyone's worst nightmare, it's my own. Got all the stupid jumps you gotta make. I don't see any rune pieces up here. I thought I was gonna die. Okay, I'm pretty happy to move back to Jarburg then. We might as well do this while we're here. And then we can take out my most hated enemy type ever. Yeah, for those who don't know, there's a multi-armed freak nearby, like not too far from our last boss that we killed. And their name is the Royal Revenant. They spit poison, they teleport, they have 8 legs. They've got 6 arms and 2 feet. Thank you, Zoliva Witch, for your analysis on those, by the way. They're and you know the worst part is they look like they'd be spiders, but no. It's like a head with like multiple torsos growing out of it. Head, torso, 2 arms, torso, 2 arms, torso again, another 2 arms. And then 2 feet somewhere among that bulbous mass, and like the inside of the chest cavity is carved out and everything.
Oh, I'm happy. I have good. Have you noticed I asked the villagers if you could pick some of them, and they said you'd be very welcome. Go on, Kaz. Who knows?
Yes, I will pick your flowers. You know what they say? You can pick your flowers. You can pick your friends. You can pick your nose. You can pick your friend's nose. Or, I'm sorry. You can pick your friends, and you can pick your nose. But you can't pick your friend's nose, and you really should not pick your friend's flowers. And they shouldn't pick yours either. Yeah, Jarburg is like a spot where you can get a bunch of little ingredient, like a ingredient smorgasbord. There are tarnished sunflowers, there's Trina's lilies, Mikola's lilies, there's Roa fruit, there's Arteria leaves. Oh, there's a whole collection of items in here. And look, the little jar people are even dancing. Look! The jars have little tiny jar feet. And they're like, wee! It's so nice in Jarburg. I want to stay in Jarburg forever. Boy, is this place dark at night. Let's put on a lantern or something. Yeah, also this place has tons of, like, ritual pots everywhere. And, so if you want your fill of cracked and ritual pots, this would be your place to, like, get those things. And really, as long as you don't directly attack the jars, you're good. You start directly attacking jars, and that might be a problem. Don't attack them. And look, there's another one just moonbathing. No, never mind. They're not moonbathing. They're, picking things up to put inside their jars. They want to have the spirit of living warriors inside of them, like Alexander does. And you can jump up here, but what do you even get for it? Nothing. You get a view of a rune piece we're never gonna get. That's what you get. Look at this. Let me try to do something here. Wrong button, coin. Look. Right there. There's a rune piece. It's really hard to see on your end, I think. You know how you're expected to get that? You're expected to jump on all those bloody tombstones to get it. Awful. Absolutely awful. We skipped this rune piece. It's that bad. It's not worth it. It's not worth it in the slightest. So the last things we're going to do, well, I mean, we still got another 7 minutes, but the thing I would like to do is kind of wrap up sooner rather than later.
Oh, say, come. He used to live here. I asked to go. So, if you see him, he's big. Uncle Alex, my home is... I suppose that's... So, I'm actually a warrior jar as well, and I'll have to leave the village. Uncle Alexander...
Why don't you tell me about the poachers? That's the last thing I'm going to talk to you about, Jar Baron. Tell me about the poachers. Or are you going to tell me about Alexander again?
Uncle Alexander won't come...
I could so make a clip of that, but I'm not going to. Let's pass it to... Let's pass the time over to morning. And is it bloody raining again? It's foggy, like it's going to. Oh, let's just go to the Revenger's shack and try to get this over with. I'm happy that we don't have the burden of rune pieces anymore. So you guys might, let me try to explain this a little bit more gingerly. So runic pieces or rune pieces are the collectible in this mod. There are 1,100 or more, and every 20 of them, you can turn them in at Finger Reader Enya, which means you have to kill Godric to get them, basically. And you can get access to binding runes. Sorry, you have to kill Godric and activate his Great Rune. It's dependent on the number of activated Great Runes you have, and not dependent on the number of shard bearers you kill. But you have to kill the shard bearers or defeat them otherwise to get access to those runes anyway. So you have to kill them. You just gotta take the extra step. Anyway, regardless, every 20 of them gets you access to a binding rune, which is essentially a free stat. It's plus for Godric's, it's got to do with all of your stats: vigor, mind, endurance, strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, arcane, all 8. For Renala, when you defeat her, you'll get access to the Cradled binding runes, and that gets you access to things related to FP, like FP consumption or spell costs or stuff like that. And I think you also get access to the Leonin runes at the exact same time. And that has to deal with stamina consumption or stamina-related things. I do still want to be on the lookout for rune pieces, because they can only help us. But, you know, we're not going to be going out of our way as much to get them now. Especially because a lot of them can, in fact, just lead to our death. Like, no questions asked. Should we call it here? Man, I was so hoping... I think it's probably best if we do call it here, but now that we've got our 200 rune pieces, I'm hoping that our time will just fly by that much faster, because I'm not literally having to scour every crate, every barrel, and so on to get the 200 rune pieces. I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by. I greatly appreciate it. As we wrap up for tonight, finally, and it's probably like 6 or 7 something in the morning for you Estonians, I want to give a shout out first. Again, I will shout out Klebus. They were for rating us. I really do appreciate it. Again, I'll probably check the stream out. I'll check your channel out after the stream is over. I think that is only fair. But if you want to check out other people besides that, let me make sure that the... Oh, just 2. That's fine. We could shout out both. If you want variety, or like someone whose primary crowd is speedrunners, check out a man named Patty. They are playing Helldivers 2. Really neat game. If you're looking for something more relaxing, and it's not really in service to a streamer in particular, but instead just to old content of the past, check out a channel named Bob Ross. They are, of course they're streaming art, but there's a weekend marathon going on right now. It's pretty awesome. I love Bob Ross streams. I do pop in every so often to watch. Trying to think if there's anything else. You guys know all the algorithmic stuff to do, but just in case, if you guys hadn't considered following already, please consider doing so. It lets me know you either like the content or want to come back later, that kind of thing. Or subscriptions. If you follow on Twitch, you get emotes. Sorry, YouTubers, I just don't have anything yet. Oops. I have to be partner first. Don't worry, I'm working on the next episode of the LP. That'll be out soon. I'm thinking my target day is Sunday, but don't quote me on that, as it depends on how far back I get set on either learning something else in DaVinci Resolve or what have you. I have a Discord. It's in the... I've already linked it as is, but it's also in the About Me section on Twitch and on YouTube. I should probably start having like a generic description for you guys so you can just check that out. The first 5 or 6, I wasn't really too sure we were gonna have access to the multi-stream, and we may still not. It depends on how well adding the third one goes. But yeah, I will get a description put together for these, and you guys on YouTube will have access to all that fun stuff, and you don't have to type in so many commands. I also have a link tree for those of you in Twitch who just want to see all of it, all in one sitting. Definitely check that out. My name is Coin, or Steven, or Swirling Vortex. You can call me any of those things. Don't call me Shirley, and surely don't call me Collect either. This has been some more Deathless routing. I hope things are going to pick up now. Oh, sorry, before I leave, I should mention that I do not stream on weekends. I have a schedule. It is for those of you in Twitch. For those of you on YouTube, I will have a description put together real soon that you guys can use, and that should take care of it for you in the future. But if you go over to my Twitch page, for those of you on YouTube, you can find it on my YouTube profile. There will be a not a Google Calendar. There will be a link to the Discord. Let me also just do that here, just in case. That might be too much clicking for you. But if you come join the Discord, so let me stop talking about clicking 5 different things and let me tell you. If you go to the Discord, there is a tab called Content Resources over at my personal Discord server. And if you look at the content resources, you'll see there's something called streaming calendar. Let me go ahead and edit that. And if you click on this, it'll take you to a calendar. Now, it's going to have all my stuff on it, but rest assured that if you click on it, it'll take you right to it, and you'll be added to that calendar. That way you can see it on your Google Calendar. And for those of you who are savvy enough with your phones, you can actually take your Google Calendar and sync it to your phone, so that your basic calendar app, if you have like a Samsung or something, if you got Mac, then I guess I'm not sure what to tell you, or an Apple phone, I'm not sure what else to tell you. But for those of you on Samsung or on Android, there should be a function that allows you to sync your calendar with your Google Calendar, I recommend that you do this with my calendar so that you don't miss. And also, if there's not a stream, you know, you can see that for yourselves. I think I'll probably start heavily mentioning the Google Calendar a lot more. That'll be my my plan moving forward. But yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, bye-bye.